Rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you. The meeting is called to order at 5:31 p.m. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly? Yes. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Present. We do indeed have a quorum this evening. We will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda, and if so, what? Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation to approve the agenda as presented?
I recommend that we approve the agenda as presented.
Wonderful. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Thank you. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the agenda as presented. Is there any need for further discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly? Yes. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Adoption of minutes of May 21st, 2024 board meeting. Are there any amendments or changes to the minutes? And if so, what? All right, Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation for approval of the minutes as presented?
I recommend that we approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented for the May 21st, 2024 board meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes May 21st, 2024.
And is there a second? Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the minutes of the May 21st, 2024 board meeting as presented. Is there need for any further discussion? Thank you. Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly? Yes. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Ms. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Mr. Widener, recognitions, sir.
All right, tonight is an exciting night, as you can see
Yes.
as you look around the room. Tonight we're recognizing some of the best and brightest students at Laguna Acoma High School as well as Grants High School. So 2 weeks ago in my superintendent's report, I reported on the Grants Pirates winning the state baseball championship over the Artesia Bulldogs. So round of applause for the Pirates baseball. I want to start by recognizing the two seniors from the team, and I'd like to let them come forward and address the board with a little bit about their season.
Wonderful.
Perfect. So I'm going to start with Isaiah Montanaz. Go to the podium, okay? Cameron's gonna join you. It'll be just a second. The second senior on the team, going alphabetically, is Cameron McDougall. All right, boys, if you want to tell the board about your season and introduce your coaches.
Alright, we got the far top of left over here, Coach McDougal, we got our head coach, Coach Furby, and we got our assistant. We got
Coaches, stand up.
Coach
Come on.
Saracino, we got Coach Eric Galindo, Coach Joaquin, and then Coach Taylor.
Round of applause for them.
I think our season went well. Obviously, but at the start we knew we were gonna do well. I mean, back-to-back district champs. I mean, we knew we were gonna do big things. But I mean, just the pressure, man. Like everyone thinks that you're just gonna fold, but I mean, it's just I don't know.
This is the first time that they won state baseball, so.
Yes.
It's amazing. We've worked for 35 years, Mr. Saracino. Let me call your team up and we'll take a picture of you guys, all right? Mr. Jaramillo, do you want to say anything?
I'm just really proud of them. Had a really good season and it was super exciting seeing them in the state tournament. And every single game was exciting to watch. Glad that they were able to pull it off.
Mrs. Barajas?
We were just really overwhelmed by the support of the community at every state game. The stands were completely full, and that was really overwhelming for us as administrators, and I'm sure for the boys to know that everybody had their backs. So thank you, sincerely, thank you for
One more thing to add, these two boys were the first ones to graduate on the home plate as well. We didn't get them their diplomas, so
They missed,
graduation,
Right.
they were able to
they missed their commencement, but they graduated.
That's what I call taking one for the team.
You guys want your team up here with you?
Yeah.
All right. Chris Chambers,
We had a few not here, it's summer.
Dominic Gonzalez, Esteban Morales. Congratulations, Ricky. Diego Lopez. Diego. Cody Malonis. Ethan Taylor. It's all right, son. Thank you. Nico Young. Congratulations, bud. How are you? Noah Lundstrom. Derek Rhodes. We got Kofi. All right. Evan Taylor. Isabella Barella. Seth Villasana. Those shirts are pretty great too. Daniel Garcia. What, Daniel? Bodie Malonis. Football, okay. And that's everybody, right?
Mr. Widener, could we have the guys come up here
Yeah.
and face the audience so that everybody can see our famous guys? Come on, everybody, come on.
Right in front, the camera's right there.
Yeah, just face, yeah, come on.
Camera.
Maybe the coaches could come up.
Yes, coaches too, come on, guys.
Mr. Jaramillo, Barajas.
I'll just stand behind camera together.
No,
Just the coach.
just the.
What are we hitting him with? Should we hit him like this? Oh, no. Here we go.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good job, guys.
These fans are gonna get pictures.
I thought we were under so much pressure.
Don't hide.
Where are you going, bro? Should I take a picture?
Bro, I hate talking.
Here we take a picture. Guys, closing the gap. Oh no, never mind, they're there. Never mind, don't
Yes, you got a couple chubby guys back here.
You done? Oh, we're not.
We're really proud of you guys.
Good job.
Last time you were there.
Yeah, I know it. That was really nice.
At this time, it's my honor.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so it's a
Congratulations
double.
twice.
Thank you.
At this time, it's my honor to recognize and acknowledge the work of the male athlete of the year and the female athlete of the year from Laguna Acoma High School. Laguna Acoma's male athlete of the year is a three-sport varsity letterman for his sophomore, junior, and senior year. He participated in football, basketball, cross-country, and baseball. He is a first-team All-District in baseball, district honorable mention in basketball. He is a positive role model and has a GPA of 3.13 and is number 9 of his graduating class. Congratulations to Quentin Lucero, who is the Laguna Acoma Hawk Male of the Year. Male athlete. You want to stay up here and we'll take a picture in a minute? Yeah. Okay.
Right, oh, not yet?
Not yet, not yet. We'll get both of them.
One more.
It's my pleasure to recognize Laguna Acoma's female athlete of the year. She played volleyball for 5 years, received a varsity letter for 3 years due to COVID when she was a freshman, 2021 and 2022. Back-to-back, she's a back-to-back state champion. She's a 4-peat district champion. She's first team all-district, played in the Red Green Chili All-Star game, was the All-Metro Senior Academic Athlete. She also earned a varsity letter all 3 years as a varsity softball player. She is a softball district champion in 2024 and a district runner-up in 2023. She was first team all-district and has made 3 state appearances. Her GPA is a 3.73. She was number 3 in her graduating class. Congratulations to the female Laguna Acoma Hawk Athlete of the Year, Miss Savannah Suazo. Congratulations. You guys want to take a picture now? Is Miss Sanchez not here? You guys want to say anything about your seasons?
Mr. Widener.
That was good.
We're proud of you. We're very proud of you. guys.
Lisa, get me to come up here so that we can.
I plan on going to school for psychology.
Psychology, excellent. Can you come back and work for the school district?
Will you please have them stand in front of the camera so the audience can see them?
We'll take some pictures there too, guys.
Good job, kiddos.
There's the camera.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, congratulations.
It's hot in here. For our final recognition tonight, this kind of goes back to 2 weeks ago. We had an event going on at the Performing Arts Center 2 weeks ago. And so our dignitary couldn't make it to be recognized. I want to recognize Mr. William Greiner. He received the Excellence in Student Achievement Award from the New Mexico School Board Association. He's been the leader of the band and the chorus at Grants High School for many, many years, puts on events, concerts, helps with all of the activities, runs our Performing Arts Center, and just does a phenomenal job. So I'd like to start by having a round of applause for Mr. Greiner. And we invited Mr. Greiner's students, and so I'd like for him to introduce his students that are here. Congratulations, sir.
He'll come in front of the.
Come up here, please.
Yeah.
That's good, come on.
Well, we have a bunch.
Band students, you want
Bethany,
choir
and
students?
Derek, and Evelyn, Angel, Brandy, Kinsey, Faith, Nathan, why they all showed up, Sophia. Everyone. Marissa and Ethan, if you guys all come up.
This is the Grants band, the Grants High School band and choir. They did win state events was it in March, Mr. Greiner?
We had superior ratings in March with the choir. The jazz band had outstanding soloists in Durango, Colorado, so that was the Southwest United States. Sing Ralph was one of those. And the band received excellent ratings in the festival in March. And the jazz band, the festival we hosted here, we also had excellent ratings. So it was a successful season.
Mr. Greiner is being recognized as a state winner for this award, so it's a big deal. Mr. Greiner he's a big guy. Mr. Hanamio, Mr. Or Mrs. Lee, I know
Yes,
you
sir.
attended their concert.
I
Do
did.
you wanna share any information?
You know, you all brought tears to my eyes because it was absolutely just such a beautiful experience. And I was sharing with everybody the growth that I saw from middle of fall to the end of the year was just absolutely outstanding. So kudos to you all, and Mr. Greiner, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job, sir. Thank
Very
you.
proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Greiner.
Congratulations.
And there goes our audience.
And the room is cleared out now.
Dinner time.
President Lee, that concludes our recognitions tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Widener. Mrs. Sandoval, are there any citizens to address the board this evening?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. We will move on to our presentations. Mr. Widener.
We're gonna do a couple of second reads tonight, and then we'll have action items as we proceed through our agenda. First, I would like to call back Mrs. Nicole Chavez. She presented on the district wellness policy, and she's here to do our second read on this policy.
Thank you for having me tonight for our second read for the wellness policy. So our wellness policy, of course, is a coordinated school health approach, which means the framework for linking health and education. The focus is healthy and successful students. So again, our wellness policy has 8 components to it, which is nutrition, physical activity, physical education, health services, social and emotional learning, health and safe environment, staff wellness. So the link between wellness and improved, or the link between wellness and improved learning outcomes is well documented. And it's our responsibility, of course, to make sure that we're following our guidelines, staying healthy so they can learn effectively in the classroom. So the students in the district, we will make sure that the students in the district have access to healthy food throughout the school day in accordance with federal and state nutrition standards. Students will receive healthy nutrition education that helps them to develop a lifelong eating behaviors. The district acknowledges that staff and students' mental health is an essential component of overall well-being. The district will make available resources to address and support all mental health concerns. Students have the opportunity to be physically active before, during, and after school. So we have things in place to make sure that we're getting them the proper exercise and physical activity that they need throughout the day. School schools will be actively engaged in nutrition and physical activity promotion as well as other activities that will help boost our students' wellness. Staff education and awareness will increase by encouraging and supporting practices in health and nutrition, physical activity behaviors in and out of school. The community becomes engaged in supporting the work of the district and creates continuity between school, staff, and students to practice healthy lifelong habits. The district establishes and maintains the infrastructure of management, oversight, implementation, communication, and monitoring of policy and everything that it includes. So the policy that we have is something that we've had in place for quite some time. So we just added a couple things that need to follow the New Mexico Administrative Code. This is, of course, implementing twice yearly school health advisory council meetings, which we have done in the past, but due to COVID, of course, that kind of lagged a little bit, so we wanted to get back in there and continue to make sure we're holding meetings and make sure that we're keeping up with state guidelines. A couple updates, of course, that we added was just making sure that we have accessible drinking water to students throughout the day. Immunization and exemption guidelines was added to the policy to make sure that we're following the guidelines for that and just have everything in place to make sure that these are followed. Of course, healthy food promotion, and then the mandatory vision screenings was added to the policy. The recent hearing was not added to the policy because it's not mandatory, but it is something that is recommended. So we do them, but it's not a secret. But is there any questions?
Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Chavez?
I don't.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
Ms. Daly does.
Do you have a printout of the, what's required for a balanced meal for students, like so much carbohydrate or whatever?
I don't have it with me, but I do have one that we can follow. And working with the nutrition department, they have a really well-balanced guideline of, what the students need daily in each portion of what food that they get. So if you would like a copy of that, I can receive that.
And the portion that there are a lot, I know that.
Yeah, there is guidelines on that, and I would have to touch base with nutrition to get those, but I don't have them.
Do we actually ever compare that printout or that requirement to the actually meals that are being served?
Yes, and then now that we have SFE, I think we've done a better job at making sure that we're getting the proper portion size and making sure the students are getting, every different food group on their plate.
Can you take pictures and stuff like that for comparison analysis?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
Mrs. Chavez. We are excited again to have another second read of the NMSBA policies. We looked at policies 238, 239, 238 through 245. And so I've asked Ms. Salazar to come back and present those policies for the second read.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Mr. Widener, directors and community members. Today is our second read. I'll go ahead and go over these policy advisories. Due to Senate Bill 137, which becomes law effectively July 1st, 2024, SB 137 makes changes to the School District Campaign Reporting Act at NMSA 1978 and various sections of the Public School Code. Except as set forth in this advisory, not all sections of Senate Bill 137 result in changes in the policy services policies, but there are 8 sections of SB 137 that are summarized in those advisories. And so I would like you to turn to policy 238 on page 3 of 30. It's policy advisory 238 BBA B-0200 board powers and responsibilities As explained in the discussion related to Section 5 of Senate Bill 137, school board members' training requirements will now be spelled out in the statute rather than PED regulation. Existing B0200 BBA sets out board training requirements by reciting from NMAC absolute language. It is anticipated that PED will amend NMAC 6.29.1.9A3 to account for the new statutory training requirements. For that reason, Policy Service deleted the old training requirements language from the portion of the BBA dealing with the board's powers and duties as set forth in the administrative code, while retaining the language that the board will ensure that each member of the board participates in a planned program of training and will assist in the performance of the specified duties. This new statutory training requirements were then placed at the end of BBA. That's Policy Advisory 238. Policy Advisory 239, BE, B-1400 School Board Meeting. Existing B-1400 BE addresses school board meetings generally and includes the Open Meetings Act requirements that meetings be open to the public. So this policy is the appropriate policy to address the new requirement that school board meetings be webcast live. B1400BE also states requirements for this items to be included in meeting notices so that the provision was added to require notices to inform the public how they may view the live webcast. Policy Advisory 240, BEC-E, B-151581, Executive Session Open Meetings. SB 137 does not change the Open Meetings Act list for reasons a board may meet in closed session, but in reviewing policies for the purpose of this advisory, it was noticed that exhibit at B-1581 BEC-E omitted a valid reason for closed session, collective bargaining strategy and negotiations, and omitted an important limitation on the discussion of pending threatened litigation, example, or i.e. that it be a meeting subject to attorney-client privilege. Policy Service took this opportunity to remedy those omissions. Policy Advisory 241, BEDA, B-1650, Notification of Board Meetings. Because this policy stated that meeting notices include the time and place of meetings, Policy Service added a sentence to state that the meeting notification shall include a link or shall otherwise provide information to enable the public to access the live audio and video webcast of the meeting. Policy Advisory 242, BED-BA, B-1750, Agenda Preparation and Dissemination. Because this policy reiterates the meeting notices include the time and place of meetings and spells out requirements for inclusion of the agenda, Policy Service has added a sentence to state that meeting notifications and agendas shall include a link and shall otherwise provide information to enable the public to access the live video and video webcast of the meeting. Policy Advisory 243, BEDG, B-2100, Minutes. Because this policy spells out statutory requirements related to board meeting minutes, it was the appropriate policy to address the new requirement that minutes be posted to the district's website within 1 week of approval and retained for a minimum of 3 years. Policy Advisory 244, BEDH, B-2150, Public Participation at Board Meetings. Until now, there has never been a legal requirement to allow public comment in New Mexico school board meetings. Despite that, virtually all districts allow public comment at in-person meetings, and Policy B-2150 BEDH provides a fairly specific set of procedures governing in-person public comment. With respect to public comment, SB 137's only requirement is that the live audio and video webcast of the meeting through the district's website include a user interface that allows members of the public to submit written or verbal comments. Policy Service anticipates that district will vary widely on 1, how they will finish to comply with that requirement, and 2, on the technology available to do so. For that reason, Policy Service opted against providing a detailed procedure for online public comment and instead left it to the district administration to develop the procedures for how the public may submit written or verbal comments during an online meeting. It should be noted that some of the constitutional requirements of viewpoint neutrality, and free speech will apply to the same online public comments as they do in-person public comments. Public Advisory 245 CB C-0100 Superintendent. As mentioned in the discussion, existing policy C-0100 CB contains a section addressing the superintendent's contract, which includes provisions that the board will take action on an existing superintendent's contract in February of the year the contract expires, and that the board may extend the contract in intervening years of a multiple year contract. Because SB 137 limits the board's ability to extend, renew, and terminate without cause the superintendent's contract, this policy was the appropriate place to address that limitation. It should be noted that nothing in the law requires the board to take action on the superintendent's contract in February or any other month of the year in which the contract expires. Despite that, Policy Service has elected to retain that provision in the master policy. And those are your policy advisories, second read.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salazar. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, that campaign reporting, do we report that to the state secretary or? Cause I know when for the campaigning reporting for the elected officials, that's that first section there. Am I right?
Campaign reporting, I'm sorry. In which section are you referring
That's
to?
the first one.
On page 1,
And your question is, Mr. Hadamio, I'm sorry.
So they want us to report to the Secretary of State? Or who do we report the,
So these are making changes to the School District Campaign Reporting Act. And so these are the requirements that are set forth as far as what the law is that's Senate Bill 137. And so this is going to deal with what our existing policies are and what their recommendations are due to that bill. Does that answer your question?
It says something about
it says right here.
contributions.
If these amounts.
well, who do we report it to? Is it the
Secretary.
state?
Secretary of State,
Secretary of State.
if it's
Over $500.
instead of over
Instead of
Oh, the
1,000.
expense, okay, your sections 1 and 2, I'm sorry, I was looking at the advisory, yes. So it's the Secretary of State.
Yeah, cause I know when you run for
Sorry.
city office, there you don't, or the school board, but I guess this is something new because when we did it for the county, you have to report or else you get fined.
Right. So it would be to the Secretary of State right there.
Expenditures of $500 or more is reporting to the Secretary of State. Sorry, Mr. Hadamio. I was referencing a different section that you were referring to.
Anything further, board members? Thank you very much, Mrs.
Thank you.
Salazar.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Board, I am excited that we get to share some data. We have a really good breakdown of our beginning of year data to our end of year data. I've asked Dr. Martin and his team to work on that and have a presentation. So I do want to introduce Mrs. Jean Pettis. Jean, will you stand up? Jean is our assessment coordinator that works in kind of the back hall there, and she's constantly working on data and looking at our assessments and making sure that we're accountable for our assessments and our testing, and that everything is accurate and done well. And so I've asked Jean to work with Dr. Martin to prepare us a presentation. I think they're gonna show the first slide, which I told Dr. Martin, I said, that's right there is the winner slide, the best slide, and shows that we've done a great job this year. So Dr. Martin, do you and Mrs. Pettis wanna take over?
I will go ahead and present. I asked Jean to be here just in case there are questions regarding the data. Right now, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener, fellow directors, and audience guests. The only data we're presenting tonight is the IMASA data, so from beginning of the year to end of the year. I'll also show you a slide comparing the end of the year result from last year to the end of the year result of this year, just to compare student performances in both. As we all know, the IMASA assessment is an assessment we look at as closely resembling the NMASA end of year assessment, state assessment for our students for grades 3 to 8. At this time, we don't have the end of the year data for iStation as of yet. As you all know, assessments just completed a few days back. And all those data, some of those data are embargoed, some of those data are still being finalized by those companies handling it. So to start with IMASA data, this is this year's result. So the first slide you see is, I will not go over each one of them because there are 28 pages in this particular report. I will focus on the district summary, grade summary, and then I'll not go over the schools, the school site results, and then we'll go to the at-risk summary. So the first one is our district summary from BOY to EOY for reading, language usage, and math. As you can see, of course, we expect for our students to learn all the standards, supposedly the standards that are covered in the IMASA assessment. So we
Madam President, I don't have sound.
Now we're good.
Can you hear us, Dr.
Can you hear
Guy?
us now?
Now I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so from the previous two slides, we saw a dip in reading performance for fifth grade reading and language usage. But the same group, fifth grade level, from BOY to EOY, we see an increase from 9.1% to 31.5% proficiency in math. So probably they focused more on math. than on those other two. But that's a big increase from 9.1 to 31.5% proficiency in math. And then all the rest of the trends that you will see for each school site for reading, as you can see, all the trends are going up. The steepest curve there is one from Blue Water and Cubero, and also Cebolleta. And then this is for reading for our middle school. Again, all positive trends as expected. This is for language usage. And then page 9 and 10 are for math. So I just want to stress Blue Waters from 16.3 to 67.5, which is impressive, and so was Cuberos from 6.4 to 46.5% proficiency in math, which is very impressive. And then page 11 through the end will be a breakdown of student proficiency by or subgroups. So page 11 is a breakdown by ethnicity. Page 12 is a breakdown of language usage by ethnicity. Again, all positive trends. Then page 13 is a breakdown of math performance by ethnicity. Native American students went from 4.2 to 19.7 proficiency. And then page 14, a breakdown by tribal affiliation. So this is broken down, tells you the proficiency of our Acoma, Laguna, Naho students compared to all students in the district. And the following slides are for language usage and math. Again, we expected a positive trend because they pretty much covered all the standards already. So the rest will all show you the same trends. We also broke them down by economic status, by students with special needs, and then the last one will be English learner status, and the very last slide.
Madam President, it's going too fast. Would you go back to special ed?
Special. For math, sir, or here's reading for special needs students. The yellow one is for special needs, the green one is district-wide.
The district-wide also includes ability to eliminate the
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Are you confident twice in the alternate?
Yes, ma'am. So the green bars represent all students, including the students with special needs. And then the orange bar is just the students with disabilities.
So you just created a
Yes.
subgroup
So comparing
to compare to the
the
entirety.
entire student population, yes.
Thank you.
So would you then deduct the 6.6 and the 3.6 to be a more accurate percentage?
No,
Yeah, because if your assumption is that students with special needs in the all students.
That's if I compare the special needs with the non-special needs students, but we're only comparing the special needs with the entire population.
it would
Madam
need,
President, Madam President?
We would need one more, just a second, Dr. Guy. We
Thank
would
you.
need one more subgroup if we said there was the special needs only, then there would be yes, everything non-special. So that we don't have that separated out. We just have the special needs and the entire. Dr. Archambault, your question, sir?
Minor technical, what grade levels are we talking about?
Grades 3 to 8, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you continue, please?
And so this is reading. The next one is language usage. For again, the orange bars are special needs and the green bars are
Everybody.
all the students in the district. And then here's math for students with special needs. And then the next three graphs will be the reading, language usage, and math proficiencies for English language learners compared with the entire district population. The blue ones are ELLs, and the green bars are all students in the district.
So,
Yes.
so when you come up with these percentages, do you keep track or identify those strategies that allowed this increase from 0.9 to 0.8, 7.1 to 2.8? That's a big increase. But what strategies do we differentiate between lessons that might be as a result of the increase, rather than just use the charts to display that we increased that there was an increase?
That's what our PLCs at the school sites actually do. They meet as departments and grade levels and whatever collaborations they do. They record and share best practices and that's actually the objective of our PLCs, is for all of them to collaborate, share best practices and be able to get other ideas from co-teachers that are effective and implement them in their own classes.
Thank you.
And the reason I ask is just I wanna make sure that since you showed an increase that, now you answered my question, that they meet department line, grade level line, and discuss best practices. We need to make sure that that's going on, not just gathering data, but using the expertise that comes with that data to show maybe more increases next year.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make sure of that. And one more thing that I give our instructional coaches, teachers, and administrators big kudos this year. They made sure that all the standards that are tested in IMASA and NMASA are actually covered or taught to the children, to our kids. And another thing I'm very thankful for all of them is they actually did pep rallies and motivated their kids to take those tests, so.
That's wonderful, sir. Thank you for
Which is
sharing
like
that.
the missing piece.
Oh, that's great.
One more question.
And the last, oh, yes, ma'am.
I know that you're showing the percent, well, statewide, where should we be at in competition with the average student statewide?
So this data we pulled from Cognia, because our data is still embargoed. We don't really have statewide results and all that. So we pulled this from our own platform as of this time. When we get when the state shares, because usually they share the results for all districts and district-wide, but right now we don't have access.
It's usually embargoed till the midsummer.
Till July, sometime in July.
Okay, the reason I asked is Dr. Martin, is because the last data that we shared with us showed increase, but we were still at 30% proficiency attendance. So even though you increased 20%, you're still at 30% proficiency. And so,
And we acknowledge that. We're not where we want to be. We just want the growth incrementally and hopefully we get there at some point. But which is the last slide I want to show you is the end of year result from last year to this year. So this is for reading, language usage and math. The first bars for each of those colors will be the results from 20 to 23. End of year, those are both end of year results. So the blue bars, last school year, we're at 28.5 for reading. This year we're at 32.5. The green bars last year we're at 29.8 for language usage. This year we are at 32.2. The orange bars last school year we were at 22.6. In math this year we're at 25.2, which shows that our students are gaining proficiency. And hopefully these results translate in the NMAS assessment that they completed this recently. So we're anxiously waiting for it.
Once the state data is disembargoed, then we can kind of do an analysis and see where we fit, and we'll have Mrs. Pettis pull that data for us as well. And it's really exciting to see all of our arrows pointing up. Our kids are making progress. We've got to figure out what's going on with fifth graders. And
Are they the first graders that started the COVID?
they are. And it could be that maybe the test is harder this year. I don't know. There could be,
They were in first
that may
grade,
be a
wasn't it?
trend statewide, but we'll look at it and kind of compare our data to other school districts.
They were in
It's-
first grade when it.
It's very important. I know Dr. Martin and we had a lot of conversations with Dr. Archambault and with Mrs. Lee about kind of the data we look at. It's important that we look at our at-risk populations and we look at our kids and make sure that we are providing top-notch educations for all students. And so it's exciting to me, Dr. Martin. I'm glad to see us on the up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Martin?
I don't have a question, but I just have a comment. You know, I've been to the schools, Cubero and Los Alamitos, Laguna, and they were excited to show me these charts and the progressions that they had. I seen it in action. I don't know if you have.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Ms. Daly?
you look at on page, that last page, I guess. So, 2023, that was last year's percentage of 28.5. This year, it's 32.5, so that shows a 4% increase. The next one shows a 2.4% increase. The next one shows a 2.6. So, and then I look at the other one that begins the mathematics. The female and male show greater growth. I don't know where that fits, or that's math.
Ma'am? Because the first graph that I showed you is BOY compared with EOY. Beginning of the year to end of the year. The page you're holding on, the very last one, are both end of the year results. So
End of year last
end of year
school
last
year and end of year
this year.
this school year.
So meaning our students last year only reached that amount of proficiency at the end of the year compared to this year. Yeah, which is better.
The reason I ask that, there's a lot of questions that I get regarding our students' growth, and not just by ethnic group, but as a district wide, where we're at as far as growth percentages. And so those that look at these charts will ask the same questions I ask. Well, that only shows a 4.1% increase. And so that's how they read it, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that, you know, even though it's only 4%, compared where we were at before, it's
4% of 3,000 is a lot of
a
students.
greater challenge that we're meeting that challenge. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin.
Thank you.
Board members, any further questions?
Thank you,
Mr.
Dr. Martin.
Thank you, sir.
You go back to my agenda. I had a couple of requests from board members for some information about budgeting and, you know, the important part of your job is that we look at our data, we look at our academics, we make sure that we're improving. And then we also want to look at the budget and how we're working with our budget. I've asked Mr. Maldonado to come and provide information on the unit value for our sites. And that kind of gives you an idea of what we're spending at schools. And then he'll have a second presentation after this as well.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, Mr. Superintendent, directors. I'm going to share my screen. The first thing I'm going to do is talk to you about the unit value and then the expenses by site so that you can see exactly where things are. Let me show you the unit value first so that everyone has a perspective. And this first one shows our current, or this upcoming unit value for 24-25, $6,442.55. You don't have this in your packet, I just created this. The current unit value is $6,241.67. That's what we're working off of this year until the end of July. So that's an increase of 3.22%. or $200.88 per unit.
Mr. Maldonado, can we get a printout of what you have?
I'm sorry?
Can we get a printout of that, what you have on the screen?
Absolutely you can. I'll do it right now and then we'll give it to you.
That way we can make notes on.
Yes, of course. It'll be in my office, okay? So the unit value, as you remember when we did the presentation, the PED calculates the number of students that we have, the acuity or the type of students that we have, how many elementaries, how many middle school, how many secondary kids, how many 3Y, 4Y kids, how many special needs kids and what their acuity level is, how much special needs they are. They calculate that, they come up with the number of units for our school, so it's not just based our district rather, it's not just based on the number of students, it's based on the number of students, the type of students, the teacher index value, how many level 1, 2, 3, a number of things go into this pot that come up with that. And if you recall, the total amount for the SEG, the State Equalization Guarantee, this year was estimated just over $46 million. When we first put the initial budget, the draft that we presented to you a month or so ago, we estimated a unit value that didn't change much. And so that came out at 42 million, so we got 4 million more than what we expected, which was a big boost. Now, $4 million is a lot of money. It sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. However, I will give you this, that our expenses went up significantly. For example, our risk premium for our insurance went up by $400,000 this year, one year alone. It went up 31.35%. So that we have to pay in July for the year. Our health insurance premiums initially were going to go up 15.53%. the NIPSIA came to their senses and lowered that down to 10%, but it's still a very significant increase compared to the 3% increase in salaries that employees were getting. So at 15.3%, that eroded much of the 3% increase that they got in their raise. And here, down to 10%, mitigated that, so it wasn't so much of a hit, but it's still a hit. So if your premiums went up by 10%, you know, you would feel it, everyone feels it. So that's the unit value, that's how it's calculated, and that's where it is. $200 per unit value is not much of an increase. Again, sounds like a whole lot of money. It is a lot of money, I'll say that, but it's not enough to cover all of our expenses. Any questions about the unit value?
Question, you said that the $4 million that was taken care of by insurance, like, NIPSIA, and what was the other one?
The risk premium, that's also NIPSIA. There's a health premium, and then there's the insurance premium for our risk policy. And so that took up a lot of that money, as well as the raises. And so when the raises go up, our contribution, our burden on the employees, on the district rather, also goes up. So our tax liability goes up, our share of the NIPSIA premiums also go up. So it's not just on one side, it's compounded by all the other things that are added to that. So as I say, that $200 per unit doesn't increase, especially when our enrollment is pretty stagnant. Last year, we estimated enrollment that was about 237 more students than what we actually had at the end. So they lowered our SEG, so that was our base, and that's where we started from. So it just was more of a challenge for us to make sure that we could cover the things that we wanted to cover. And if you remember that when we went over the budget, we also talked about the amount of money that we were going to put into reserves and all of that. So what I did here, I'm going to pass this out. Dalton, can you do that for me? This is what we are looking at with our OBMS, the online budget management system with the PED once we uploaded everything. And our initial budget that we estimated when you approved the budget was just over 103 million, almost 104 million dollars. But once we got all of the federal fund applications in, once the PED did some calculations on our ending cash at the end of the year, what our estimated cash moving over to the new year was going to be, then it went up, and so now we're at an estimated budget of $122 million. So it's really good that we have that extra money. It also raises the amount of money that we're spending per student. You know, I'm going to show you that as well. So I'm going to end this. I'm going to go to the OBMS, the online budgeting program, so you can see exactly what I'm going to look at here and what the PED looks at here. So here is last year's budget, this current year was at $115 million. And if you recall, that budget started lower last year when we first did the initial budget. This current year, but with added revenue that came in from grants and other things, that went up to $115 million. So I'm going to switch it now to 24-25. This is just so that you can see a comparison of where things are. Even though the budget is higher, there are higher expenses as well. So here you can see at $122,167,000, the various funds that are both generated by revenue and the expected expenses. And this also includes the amount of money that we get from, allocations that we don't know yet, so we estimate that. And what happens with this budget, once we upload everything, then each of the fund managers looks at, for example, if you look at fund number 24115, IDEA Private School Share, the fund manager at the PED reviews that, will have questions about it, might come back to us, might recalculate some things, whatever, and they'll turn that X into an approval. So the approval, so you can see here, for example, on 24154, you look at the screen, you can see what I'm talking about. it says resubmit fund. So the fund manager for that has asked us questions about that. It doesn't mean that it significantly changes the amount, it just means that they had some questions about that. And it could be that the questions they have is how we allocate those funds. How much are in salaries, for example? How much might be in equipment, things like that. So this is not unusual for us to do this. Usually takes only a couple of weeks for us to get all through here. But you'll see, for example, this one is approved right here. See the family index, 27407, that budget's already approved. That's a little budget, but it's already approved, and that's what we want to see as we go on for the next couple of weeks. Mostly we'll go back and forth, we'll see the little stamp of approval, and we're off to the races, right? Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Maldonado, just to clarify for us sitting here, the budget was submitted to the state in its timely manner, but all of these little X's are that they're waiting in essence for the I guess the checkoff from
Yeah, we're
the-
waiting for the fund manager to finish their review and then to give us a green check mark like that. And that,
Thank you.
again, it's not unusual, takes typically 2 to 3 weeks. By mid-June, I expect maybe next week or week after, we'll have everything approved.
Thank you for that clarification, appreciate that, sir. Ms. Daly.
Question, the X, so you submitted the budget, everything that's listed here, and then the X came by because there was questions about expenditures?
No, ma'am. The X just simply means that the fund manager has yet to review it and approve it. So automatically, when we submit it and it's a balanced budget, the X appears, and we have to wait for the fund manager. And there's various fund managers. Some of these are federal fund managers, some are state fund managers, and they're not all the same person reviewing each one of these. So they may have questions. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be approved, it just means that we're waiting for them to review it and approve it.
Thank you, sir.
So what happens if they don't approve? Where do you go from there?
Well, every budget will get approved, they might make modifications to that budget, and that will make the total budget go up and down a little bit. So I've never seen a case where they didn't approve a fund, they just modify it for us, and they ask us for input. Sometimes they don't know how much they're going to get, especially with the pass-through funds that come from the federal government. They estimate as well, so federal government has this pool of money over here and they say, we're gonna put X, Y, and Z into these funds, and then it comes over to the state, and depending on how the state does their calculations, it may go up by a few thousand or $1 million or whatever. So it really does depend on other external factors that are not part of what we submit as an estimate or what we applied for. Yes, sir.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
So that third column where it says 000, then they'll fill in what they're gonna give us or what we're approved for?
The third column is the difference that shows that we balanced. So when we add,
Okay.
when we submit that, we want that always to be 0 because you have to balance the revenue with the expenses. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, so the one that says resubmit fund, that was, reviewed, and you're asking for more information or clarification?
Yeah, exactly. Those just came through today by one of the fund managers. And it asked us to go through and and we can look at the detail. If you look at the screen, the green there, they'll ask us we'll go through this little, this is how we divide everything up in terms of how the funds are expended. These object codes are the type of expenditure that we have. The program code is also like what program is being supported by that. The job class 1411 could be teachers, for example. 1711 is like special ed, that kind of thing. So they might have questions about where we're separating all of these, and that's what they're asking about, all right? So that little detail. It's hard for me to read too, but so this is the process that we go through with every single fund, and so you can see how complex it is when we submit the fund. For example, I'll go up and I'll show you the fund for the operating fund, which is the biggest, right? It's the very biggest fund. So this is all how we separate the revenue right here. Let's see if I can improve that, make it bigger for you.
It's the screen,
It's the screens.
the screens are
Oh, it's a
split.
screen? Oh, I don't know how to do that. Sorry about that. This is all the revenue that we projected. So for example, this is the cash, okay? So we estimated, if you recall, at the original budget that you approved, we estimated just over $12 million in cash that we were carrying over from this year to next year. When the PED worked on the calculation with us and we worked with our auditor to get our final cash estimate for the year, it actually came out to $14 million. So that's in our favor, right? And so you can see here that we estimated 312,000 this year, next year for 437,000 for the 41280, which is the wind farm and the solar farm that we got. So that's the sources of revenue. You can see if you went through all of this, you'll see the amount of detail that we took. There were several late nights as we plunged into this and got this in the budget, all right? So that just gives you an idea of where we are in terms of how the budget gets approved, where that comes from. Are there any other questions I can answer about that?
Is this public information for anybody? to-
Absolutely, absolutely.
Maybe you could provide us with that chart.
I'm sorry?
Even standing that close, it was hard for me to decipher that amount, and like you said, you have a hard time reading it, in my sense, but it's like trying to read it from here. So could we have printout for that?
I just gave you one, right? So that's the one that you can keep.
That one is
You
daily.
can share.
Oh, yes, it goes to each from page.
Madam President,
I saw that, but no, I'm talking about the one that.
Yes, Dr. Ashambo.
would you have a copy of that sent to me? Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Just so that shows what was in the previous bill.
So you want to see the detail?
Yes.
That would be like 159 pages.
Well, is that
If you
public-
want that, I'm happy to send it to
Is
you.
that is public information?
Absolutely it is, yes.
And
At
then-
any school, you can pull that up for any school.
And the reason I'm asking that is because I get a lot of comments from my tribal officials that, we're hiding stuff, we don't see all that stuff, and I tell them, it's public information, you can go look at it. But it would be nice to have at least that, those 2 pages that you show us so that we could answer the questions, or I could answer the questions.
No problem, we can do that. The other question you had was the expenditures by school, so let me pull this up. So I want to make sure that everyone is clear that we do not do school site budgeting. So, for example, you may have read in the newspaper a week ago or 2 weeks ago where smaller schools get a smaller amount of money dispensation. That is not true. Every school we fund a principal, counselor, all those major things that are funded, and every school gets the same allocation in terms of per pupil allocation. And we do not normally do, and I've never seen it done, and I don't know of any school district, at least in my group, that does school site budgeting. So here I'm showing you on this screen right here, and you have a copy of it. You have the old copy. Can you pass this one out? This is the old copy. So because we had an increase in revenue, I recalculated the per pupil expense. Instead of 33,000, which I showed you a couple weeks ago, 33,530 per pupil. That pupil expense now is $39,716. So if you look at the screen, and I'll make it bigger for you so that you can see right here. This $39,716 is the amount of total expense divided by the number of total students, which is 3,076 students. So our per pupil expense for all, it's on the screen. You're looking at the old one, that's the old one, so that you can see when we went from 103 million to 122, how it increased, right? So it's 39,000. So then we take that per pupil expenditure and we multiply it times the number of students. So for example, Blue Water Elementary, the cost what it costs to run that school is $2,660,000 per year. I'm happy to send this to you all, it's, in fact, let me print it. I'll just print it right now so that everyone can see it, and Dr. Guy, I will send this to you as well, all right?
It is.
Let's make sure everybody has the same thing, we're looking at the same page.
I think,
Same thing.
right.
Yes, so you have to, he's gonna print the new page, so we'll have to get with him.
I'll wait till you get that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maldonado.
Alright. So I'll make this smaller, so it won't cut off the screen too much.
No. Oh, no.
It's not on your computer, Miss Daly? Oh, it's locked up.
Oh, did you cut it off? It did, didn't it?
Just a second.
Let me print it, hold on, Lisa, let me print the large paper because it cut off. Let me just print that, I'm sorry. Give me a minute, I'll print it on big paper so everyone can see everything.
And see, what I did, Mr. Maldonado, I took the per pupil expense and multiplied it by the number of students in Sibolita, and it comes up with that amount. 105,005,905. That's how much each student,
So
each student gets.
the cost to run the school per kid is $39,716. And if we have 30 kids there, we multiply that times that number, and that's how much it costs to run that school. That's the total expense for that school, for everything. Now remember, that's not just the direct cost. It covers, of course, administration, all the benefits, all those things, as well as all the supplies that we supply everyone with, the food, the transportation, everything that it takes to run the district, we evenly divide by every student, and that's what it costs us. So if you were gonna do a cost analysis of what the expense was for that particular school, and any given school, this is how you would do your first basis, that's how you would initially do it. Then, if you wanted to do more detail, we could allocate, for example, in more detail, at some point, when it doesn't give us any more better information, we would allocate the actual cost of sewage costs and water and utilities and things like that, but it doesn't yield any better information than what this gives us.
Thank you.
Right? And then if you look at the direct salary costs, this is the actual cost of all the salaries in that school. So the direct salary cost for Blue Water, for example, so you see that it costs, the expenditure is 2.6 million on the left grid, and on the right where it says direct salary, you can see that 1.2 million, or roughly half of those total expenses, is in salary costs directly related to having instructors, coaches, whatever, instructional coaches, administration on that school site. And so you can read that all the way through, you can see exactly what that is. Are there any questions I can answer about this school site expenses?
Mr.
Yes.
Cladamino.
So the enrollment, so where do you get these numbers at the beginning of the year, the enrollments?
Yeah, we asked our Rose Gingrich, who is the guru of all state reporting. She gives us every single number for every single pupil in every single school. And we do it at different intervals. So of course, we do the 40-day, 80-day, and 120-day. And I took these at the end of the year so that we know going into the school year what we would project.
Okay, so the second graph just shows the salaries, and the first graph shows total students.
Correct.
And because we have special needs students, it requires more than the average tuition expense. Those funds are then utilized for the special needs students. we get money from special ed? Or is the special ed also included, it's just?
Special education is included in here, as well as Medicaid billing. So all the revenue that we anticipate for the year, we include what we would bill for Medicaid services that are billable services to the federal government and state government for covering health and wellness services for students. So all the revenues, it's all those things that we looked at on that big sheet that has all the different funds. We took all of that and divided that into it. Any other questions I can answer about that? All right, we'll move on to the next report, was about ESSER funding. And let me get that up for you just one second.
As you guys know, through the last 4 years, we received a lot of ESSER funding. We had a number of positions that were ESSER funded. We had a lot of CTE purchases that were ESSER funded. And so I had a request to present how we spent our the ESSER funds are going away. We won't have them anymore. And so I've asked Mr. Maldonado to share out with you all how we spent the remainder of our ESSER funds. And how we utilize that this year.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to the second slide here, and that shows much of the ESSER fund money was used to recruit, retain, and attract employees, especially during those very difficult COVID years. And excuse me, we were competing with surrounding districts, with surrounding states. So we implemented hard to fill stipends, rural stipends for those who work in schools that are more than 15 miles? 15, 1-5?
50.
No, 15 miles from the district office. So that includes Blue Water, Cebolleta, Cubero, and Laguna Alcoma schools, all right? And they each,
Is it 15 or 50?
1-5. Those who are more than 1-5 miles, regardless of where the employee lived, is did they work at that school? And every employee at that school receives that stipend, all the way from the cook and janitor to the principal, right? We made 35 payments for the hard to fill. Those were for science, math, counselors, and one more, and I can't remember what the other one. Special ed. 29 payments to employees for rural stipends came out of the ESSER fund. 59 payments for after-school at-risk programming and tutoring that we paid for. Lots of money went to that. That's one of the contributors to those improved scores that you saw in Dr. Martin's report. And 112 payments made to employees for sign-on bonuses. Now, this is another contributor to last week or to last board meeting when Ms. Salazar made reports about the retention, the turnover rate, and the recruitment rate. These contributed to that over the last 4 years. So that's very important to note. So here's where the money actually went, where we spent it. So we started with, so remember I told you that sometimes we estimate the fund to be a certain amount of money, and then periodically through the year, PED will reduce or increase that amount. Here's a perfect example of that. So for 24,330, which is that fund number, we estimated starting the year with or receiving $2.6 million. PED made an adjustment in January to that and reduced it by $836,000. So our actual revenue was $1.8 million. And you can see that we spent it on archery equipment, art and music related materials, club sponsorships so that kids could go to different events, things like that. Consulting, but that's where we did a lot of the work on CTE work, thank you. And we bought lots of CTE equipment, CTE related materials related to consumables for CTE, educational materials that included software programs, a variety of things. We were able to spend more money on field trips and CTE programs for students, as evidenced by the people you saw coming to the board several times in the last year. We spent money on recruitment with the Irwin Law Firm. That's for handling our J1 and HB1 recruits. Robotics equipment that we purchased, of course, teacher stipends, salaries and wages, as you can see, was 1.2 million. As Mr. Widener pointed out, this covers all those CTE instructors that we had, one instructional coach, a portion of that firm, of that thing. We pay for our attendance clerks, a variety of different positions throughout the year. And you can see here that all this technology and some other things. And then, of course, we were able to recover some indirect cost expense, $142,000 that kind of reimbursed the district for those burdens of taxes, the insurance, things like that. But that left a total deficit of $115,390. You see at the bottom where it says the balance. That's covered by the general operating fund. We have to cover that. It's not covered by ESSER funds. And that will exhaust at the end of June, exhaust 100% of our ESSER funds so that we're not sending anything back to any district, any fund, anything like that. We're actually covering 115,000.
So this is, you say ESSER funds going to go away, so we're not going to have hard to fill positions, we're not gonna recruit those. We're not going to make payments to any more employees for little stipends, programs, all that's going to be sign-on bonuses.
No, that's not true. What we're doing is we're covering that through our GO funds and some other federal funds that we're allocating through that. So we're gonna continue hard to fill stipends for science, help me,
Math,
math,
special ed,
ed,
licensed
and
counselors.
licensed counselors, not program people, but licensed counselors. We're going to continue the rural stipends for the remainder of the calendar year, and then, not the rural stipends, the sign-on bonus, and then that exhausts. So any new employee coming in right now does not qualify for that sign-on bonus. But because we started this 3 or 4 years ago, we had to continue it over 4 quarters. So if someone started last year, for example, they get 2 quarters of that last year and then 2 quarters of this year. So we will fund those through other means. And some of those things that we funded that will be through impact aid, for example, money that came in, other GO funds, things like that. But that would no longer qualify, no new employee qualifies for the sign-on. We are continuing the rural stipend, that does not change. And of course, the after-school at-risk programming and tutoring is, we're working through the USTA summer program, which we're covering out of GO, if you recall from last board meeting. And there'll be other money for at-risk programs. If you recall, we allocated just over $440,000 for yet to be determined at-risk programs that Mr. Widener wants to put together a group of folks to give us ideas on how to actually use that money, so that we just set that aside so that we'll have that available for this next coming year.
As you look at that, Mrs. Daly, it shows there's a lot of salaries there. And so we've worked very hard this year to try to keep people in their positions and in their roles, and you know, it's important that we have those CTE programs at the schools. And so we've worked to try to keep this money or fund these important areas.
Can I answer any other questions? Right, on to presentation number 45 for me. All right, this next one is, I'm going to ask Dr. Martin to pass this out because it's in big print for you, in big paper. And if you recall, every quarter, we're required to submit a cash report to the PUD, and we're going to share that with you here as well. And I'll just point out some of the more important things. This is for quarter 3, meaning January, February, and March of the school year. because our school year starts in July, so that's July, August, and September, quarter one, October, November, December is quarter two, and the next quarter is January, February, March. So again, the very first column, under column E on your spreadsheet, if you have it, operational 11,000 fund. We start the year, this is based off of our audit number. We started the year with $16,240,000 in cash in the operation fund, okay? We then, in line 2 of that, current revenue to date through March, received another $31,640,000 through the SEG, the State Equalization Guarantee. We then, that total, line 13, it says line 4 rather, that equaled $47,880,000. If you recall, we don't get a check from the federal government for all the funds that we apply for, but we fund that out of our operations, and then we apply for reimbursement. So as of that third quarter, we were at $176,000 that we had loaned to ourselves to fund those federal programs, and now we're in the process of recovering that money through the RFR, or the request for reimbursement. So that would leave a total cash, line 7, of $17,704,000. We then have some payroll liabilities and some accounting adjustments that we make, and that leaves, if you go down again to line number 12, $11,952,000 in that fund for cash. Right? You'll see, for example, in the transportation, the 13,000 fund, we started off with a deficit of $147,000, and then we got current year to date of $1.1 million. And the thing about transportation, here's something very important to remember about transportation. Typically, last year and this year, it barely covers the cost of transportation. The buses, the maintenance, the gas, the insurance, the employees, all of that in there, it barely covers that. And we're talking the to and from, how to get kids from the bus stop to school and back home again, right? It doesn't talk about the activities funds, the athletes going to the game. That money's fundraised, and that's how they pay for that. So this is only to get kids to and from the schools. But we typically break even on that. And at the end, when we're swinging bullets, if we have a deficit, the state typically comes through to the rescue at the last minute and gives us enough money to cover those. So food service, same thing, if that's number 21,000 fund. And then so you're gonna go down, if you wanna see more funds, you go down to the next line, which would be line 59, or it says line 1 on line 59, where it starts with public school capital outlay. The fund number is 31,200. If you see that, that's $2.9 million we started with at the beginning of the year. We received another $2.6 million for a total allocation of $5.5 million. Now, we haven't spent that money yet. However, we're going to be coming up to talk about the furniture refresh for Grants High School, elementary school furniture refresh, a couple more trucks, and some other expenditures for safety. So that $5.5 million will probably in the next 12 months be going down to maybe, if Ron doesn't have his way, we'll probably end up with about $2 million. So we're gonna be investing just over $3.5 million in school facilities, school capital, things like that. And we'll be bringing those to you as we go through the rest of the year. The same thing happens with the SB 9 money, which is the capital improvements for the state and the local government. And so, for example, sometimes we receive money from special allocations from the PSCOC and the PSFA. Like last year, we received $1.8 million for our capital and infrastructure programs. We'll be using that as well to spend on the furniture. We use some of that money for the HVAC systems, things like that, and that's where that money comes from. So this cash report basically just gives a snapshot of where we are. We have to show on page 3, I believe, we have to show where we balance and reconcile all of our bank accounts. So as you can see, we have two accounts with Morgan Capital. Those are the investment accounts in which we have about $10 million, almost $11 million right now. We have the bond that we have obligations for. This is also the money that belongs to us through the New Mexico Finance Authority. And then, of course, we have money in TBK Bank and Wells Fargo Bank. At the end of this month, we'll be moving all of our money from TBK Bank into Wells Fargo. And why did we do that? Number one was for safety reasons, because of fraud, and TBK not having the ability to really manage their fraud. And the other one is we earn interest. So you will see, for example, I can show you each month that we earn interest on these cash that we just have in the bank that we use to pay bills with, that this month, in May, for example, we earned $68,000 in interest on those accounts. That can go directly back into the general fund for uses however we determine we want to do that. It could be put to use for at-risk programs, it could be put to use for special programs or special ed, things like, it's really open to whatever we want. And if you multiply that 68,000 times 12, I'm not good at math, but it comes out to a lot of money. Some $400,000 in $500,000 a year just in interest that we can earn. And all of that's safe, all of it's legal, and all of it's good for the district. Any questions I can answer about the cash report?
What's that, the one that, like how it's a deficit of 918,000?
What column are you looking at?
The TB checking.
Oh, TBK. That's money that we moved out of TBK Bank into Wells Fargo. So we have two accounts at each of these banks. One is the operational account. That's the money that the DFA, the Department of Finance Authority, gives us the SEG, all the deposits that come from the state, impact aid, all the federal ones. And then we have what we call our bond account, which is the tax money that's collected each month that the county then deposits into us. And we use that money to pay back the bond interest and things like that. So we don't touch the bond money until it's actually due for NMFA payments and things like that. And then the operational account money just goes for paying our regular bills and operating things. Like we'll be pulling out $1.6 million in a couple of weeks to pay for that darn premium. May I answer any other questions?
I have a question on your 1300 one. Do you guys get like a certain price for fuel and oil? Or does the oil and fuel keep going up and down? Is that why you're always in breaking even, is because of the cost of fuel and oil?
We don't get a special price necessarily. We do have an account with a fuel provider, but it's not like we can predict what that cost will be. So for example, 2 years ago, the fuel cost went it went up 40% easily, which we got a special allocation from the state to cover that because we couldn't cover it with the regular transportation fund that we got. Things have moderated considerably with fuel, but we're finding also with the aging of our buses, like this year we're getting two front buses, new buses, but that only replaces 2 out of 5, we're getting 5 buses, okay, so 5. Well, we got 2 this year, but we haven't received, so we're getting 3 more. But we still have other buses that are old and need to be replaced.
Those come out of capital outlay?
No, those come from the state. The state provides that for us. So, for example, if we wanted to buy our own activity bus, for example, we would have to pay for that. If we didn't get an allocation like we got a couple of years ago, $183,000 to pay for these buses each, we would have to come out with that money if that's what we wanted to do. But there's no reason for us to do that.
So all the county vehicles get fueled at the same place?
I think so.
I mean, all the
Mr.
school
Triplehorn.
vehicles.
Mr.
So all the school vehicles that the personnel use get fuel at the same place?
So some of the district vehicles, we local vehicles, we ask for them to be, and I'll go ahead and get up here since my presentation is next.
Mr. Maldonado, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, appreciate that.
Yes, of course.
One question to Marla, can you provide us, you talked about the excess money you have, you can buy equipment for every, like, facility, every person. Can you give us an itemized, list of where much at each site, money is spent at each site?
Yes, right now, we're planning on a complete refresh of classrooms at Grants High School, science rooms at Grants High School, and some elementary schools, classrooms. The Blue Water and Mesa View Elementary Schools, we're not going to refresh because that's paid for out of the capital, the construction money, so there's no reason to do that. But we did come up with a standard classroom set that we then can put in Cubero, for example, if they need 2 or 3, and other schools, elementary schools. But since Grants High School had not had a new furniture refresh since it was built in '06 or so, it's due for that, for them to get that. We did, as you know, last year and the year we completely refreshed Laguna Acoma schools with tables, chairs, classroom furniture, things like that. So we're gonna just move that to the next level and go to the secondary schools.
So when you say all classes, every class should have had a refresh, but does that depend on what the principal says that they need? Where do you get the idea of what they need furniture to buy for each school?
So our representative from that we use to help us get the product numbers has met with teachers, has met with the administration. They provided us with sample desks, for example. They set up a classroom. They brought Miss Elkins and others brought teachers in. Do you like the setup? What do you think about A, B, and C? And they determine what they come up with. Now, at the high school, they actually came up with a couple of different scenarios based on the type of classroom. So the science classrooms will be different than the regular English classroom, for example, right? So they had, the folks who are using that equipment, that furniture have a voice in what they want to see in that classroom. As long as we can come up with 1 or 2 configurations so that we're not designing a classroom for that teacher and another one for that one and another one for this one.
So every classroom should have gotten a refresh.
We'll get a refresh in Grants High School.
But the prior ones, you said.
Laguna Acoma, every classroom that needed the, yeah.
I asked Mr. Triplehorn, and he'll talk about fuel in just a minute. Again, tonight, we're really doing our jobs as a board. We've talked about academics, we've talked about budget, and we have a lot of projects going on, and we have a lot of growth and a lot happening with our district. So I asked Mr. Triplehorn to present tonight. I asked him to share with you kind of an update. We had a finance committee meeting last Friday, and there were some issues that have arisen that I feel like all board members should be aware of. And so, Mr. Triplehorn, you can talk about fuel first and then kind of tell them what's going on with our projects.
Certainly, thank you, Superintendent, Madam President, members of the board, directors, audience. So to answer your question, Mr. Jaramillo, so we fuel at Gunderson, over in Milan, or Carver, Oil. And so our buses fill up there. When they need to go, they'll go after route, in between their morning route and their afternoon route, they'll go out there and fill up. We do get a discounted rate, so we don't pay what you see at the truck stops for diesel fuel. It's a little bit less. My maintenance vehicles all fill up out there. There's certain vehicles that we do have fuel cards for. And those are for like the motor pool, so if you were to come and check out a vehicle, we would give you a fuel card, so if you're going to Albuquerque, you can fuel up there, obviously, because we don't have a Carver there. But we do try to fill up mostly at Carver. The buses that are out on the east end of town, we actually fill with them up at the Acoma fueling station there at the casino. so we have an account with them as well. But fuel is definitely a huge expense. And like Mr. Maldonado said, usually when the fuel goes up a lot, the state will send an offset to offset that cost. They'll send us an additional budget at the end of the year so thankfully.
Thank you.
Thankfully, yeah, so, you know, I've been approached by some fuel vendors to set up our own tanks and our own pumps. The fueling business is a mess, I don't wanna get into it, we had it in Gallup, it's an environmental issue that you have to deal with the environment department, and it's just a mess, so we're not gonna cross that bridge. So, unless the superintendent tells me he wants me to do that, so, but I'm gonna try to persuade him not to do that if he does bring that up. So, like the superintendent said, we have a lot of projects going. Our two main big projects right now are obviously Blue Water Elementary School is getting close to being ready for occupancy. Probably last week in July, first week in August is when we will be able to start moving the furniture and stuff into the building. Now, Blue Water, we've encountered an issue with the building, and so it's not going to affect our ability to occupy the building, but it may affect the aesthetics of the building when people start moving in. So about 5 weeks ago, when the weather started, when we started to get those 40, 50-degree temperature swings from the morning to the afternoon, if you've been out there, Blue Water Elementary has a lot of stone cladding on it, on the exterior of the building. And so about 5 weeks ago, we started to see cracking happening in those stones. And so the stones are laid like bricks, and we were seeing them splitting right down the middle between the rocks. So we saw it initially in just a few places, but then as the spring progressed, we started to see it on all sides of the building. So we knew it was a thermal issue, because we were seeing the cracks open more by the end of the day and then contract at night. So we met with the architects and the structural engineers, and the installer of the stone facade was supposed to put what's called an anti-crack membrane. It's a roll-on material between the rock and the cement board behind it that it's adhered to, okay? That anti-crack membrane is supposed to prevent cracks up to 1/8 of an inch. Well, we're seeing cracks in excess of 1/4 of an inch, so obviously that wouldn't have worked in this case anyway. Neither here nor there, the vendor did not put it on, so the vendor is liable to replace the cracking stone at their cost, okay? It's not gonna cost us anymore. However, my fear is that it's still gonna continue. So last week, we met, or actually Monday, we met with the architect, the contractor, and the structural engineers. And what we are going to do is we are going to maintain the stone on the front of the building so that when people drive up, they still see that stone. We're gonna remove the stone from the rest of the building and replace that with stucco. It's a lighter color than the current stucco there. The stone that we do replace, we're gonna put a lot of what we call control joints in them, so we want it to crack in certain spots. So we put in a control joint, so we tell it, we want you to crack right here, just like you do in concrete when you see sidewalks, those little things going across, those are control joints. So the stone is about a 6-week lead time, and so that puts us very close to the end of July. And so when we start moving into the building, we may have most of the front of the building torn off. So, because we have to tear off the stone as well as the concrete board behind it and put in all new. So that's where we're at with Blue Water. Any questions on that project?
It was pretty with that rock.
Yeah, it's so
It's very
beautiful.
pretty. It's very pretty. And it still looks really pretty, unless you walk up real close to it. And then you're like, what the heck? The other project that we have going is the Mesa View project. If any of you have driven by there in the last couple of weeks, you have probably noticed that there is zero work happening, okay? And the reason that there is zero work happening is because we were working on the foundation system, which meant we had to dig out 6 feet of dirt. I'm sorry, 4 feet of dirt, and then we had to bring 6 feet of dirt back in to bring it up 2 feet above where it is now. Well, we got to a spot, and we knew groundwater was relatively low in that area. Our geotechnical reports had said it was gonna be at about 11 feet. So we weren't overly concerned with it, because we weren't digging down that deep. But we got to a certain section of the over excavation, and we hit water at 4 feet. So we have a giant diagonal line through the building that we have groundwater coming up at 4 feet. So last week I met with the geotechnical engineers and the contractor. We had done some testing on the water because we thought it might be a sewer line leaking, or we thought it might be a water line from the city leaking. We knew it wasn't our water line because we didn't see a spike in our bills. So we took some samples, we sent them off to Albuquerque. There was no fecal matter in it, so that eliminated that it was sewer, and there was no chlorine in it. So we knew it wasn't domestic water from the city. So we know it's groundwater. So we've come up with a plan where we're gonna trench next to the area. We're gonna divert the water into there. We're gonna pump it out as much as possible. We're gonna dig it deeper than what we need to currently go, okay? We'll pump out all that water, dry it out a little bit, backfill that area with gravel, so that if any water does come, it's gonna wanna go into that area that's deeper, and then we'll start backfilling over that. In the meantime, so we don't lose momentum, we're gonna start working on the foundation in the areas where we've already done all the dirt work we need to do. We're gonna start working on foundation and roughing and plumbing and stuff like that, so we don't get too far behind. We should be able to make up our lost time by juggling different trades in to get things going back on track. So we should see some work starting to happen this week with the trenching and the pumping of the water out of that area. Okay? Any questions on Mesa View? So it's been a fun 2 weeks for me, so.
So you're reading from a report you have?
No, I just have some notes here.
Can you, one time, years ago, when I asked for facilities report, they showed each project.
Okay.
Time started, or duration, it's finished, cost, and then supplies, material, and then the manpower, how many people you assigned to it. Just
So-
to give us an idea of the projects that were going on in the district.
Okay, so I can try and give you the manpower that's associated with these projects, but I don't have anything to do with that. That is the general contractor that provides all the manpower, and that's all the subcontractors and all that stuff. So I mean, I can tell you, like Blue Water Elementary, at any given time, throughout that entire project, there was probably 300 or 400 different people there. They're not all there at the same time.
I'm just talking about staff, your staff.
My staff,
If you have 2 people assigned to it.
it's me. I'm the staff assigned to it. So-
You don't have any general.
No, I don't have, I'm gonna, Mr. Widener's gonna kind of apprise you that, I think that during the executive session a little bit, but right now, I'm the manpower that handles all the projects. So, yeah. Yeah, so if you can figure out how to clone me, that'd be awesome. And these guys would hate it, cause there'd be 2 Rons, so, 2 Ronalds.
2 Ronalds.
Multiplicity.
So the other project that I have kind of hoping to happen here pretty soon, of course, is the Continental Divide Electric Building. We've run into some issues during escrow. It's been a long process. We've been in escrow since January. We met with them yesterday. It was Monday?
Yes.
It's been a long week today already, huh? And there were some issues, they did some creative financing to get some projects, to get the Red Bull project going, and so they use the current building as kind of collateral for these loans that they got. And so they're having to do some paperwork with their lawyers to get their new headquarters as part of the collateral instead of this building. Long story short, we should be closing on that building, or we've tasked CDC and their people with closing on that building no later than the week of July 10th, okay? If they're not done with it, then we're gonna be like, thank you, but we'll go to Plan C. And then that project will start. That's gonna be about a 6-month renovation on that building, a remodel and renovation. And yeah, so any questions about Continental Divide Electric building?
So what are your plans on moving, what projects are you moving into Continental Divide if it ever gets finished?
So we're gonna move all of my departments, so food service, maintenance, the transportation offices will be there, the buses will still be down below, cause we have the mechanic shop down there. Technology, security,
Warehouse.
Receiving and delivery warehouse. We're gonna have an inventory control clerk that's gonna be located there. We're gonna have some aspects of student supports there, so like if kids need Chromebooks, they'll come and check them out from my building instead of going to the schools for that. And then there'll still be a few offices available. Ms. Jones has expressed some interest of maybe possibly moving up there with her team. We've had different discussions, so when we do the remodel and get the final layout of all the offices and see what space we have, then we'll finalize what departments are going in there. But for sure, all of my departments will be located in that building.
So other than that financial problem you were having with them using it as collateral, as collateral, are there any other issues with the building itself that upon inspection?
So when I did my inspections, and I brought some contractors in to do inspections as well, structurally, there's nothing wrong with the building. I did an environmental assessment as well. So there is asbestos in that building. Of course, it was built in the 50s, so the tile has asbestos glue under it. It doesn't pose an issue for our remodel because we're just gonna cover it up. We're not gonna be tearing out anything that has asbestos in it. We looked at the old fuel tanks that they have. There's no leakage, there's no fuel bloom going on there or anything like that. The sewer was recently updated by Continental Divide before they moved out. I think it's only a couple years old. The sewer line that goes from the building out to the street. So I mean, there's some issues with it, but most of the issues with it are aesthetic. The roof is gonna need a new coating, just like I did at the Grants High ROTC building or multi-use building is, we'll just put a new coating on top of it. We'll get another 15 years out of the roof. Instead of spending $1 million on a new roof, we can spend $100,000, so. The HVAC system needs updating, so that's gonna be a significant portion of the budget for the remodel and renovation is updating the heating and cooling system. But most of it is just cosmetic stuff, there's a lot of wood paneling in there. Just like my current office, so I mean, I'd be at home in there, but so we're gonna, take the wood paneling out, put in drywall and stuff like that, so. Another project that I have going on that we're gonna be starting up next week is we had an assessment done on our network a few months ago. And so we're gonna start, we're contracting with a company to work with us over the summer to clean up our network. So we're gonna start with cleaning up all of our servers. We have, I think, in excess of 75 servers currently running in the district. A district this size should have no more than 30 servers running. So we're gonna clean up those old servers, combine them into the newer servers. And then after that, we're gonna look at the network, the actual cabling and stuff like that, the drops in the walls, how are they functioning? And then the final thing is gonna be the endpoint devices. So the computers that are hooked up to them, we'll be rolling out new computers to the teachers this August. When they come back to work, they'll have a brand new computer sitting on their desk. And so that'll be the last phase of the project, and that will wrap up right at about the end of July, that project. And then, of course, food service. We'll be bringing some information on food service to you at the next board meeting. But we have some projects going in there with some equipment updates that we're gonna be doing with SFE. Some more training programs that we're gonna put in place for the kitchen staff. And point of sale systems. So when the kids go up, we're gonna have a point of sale system that we can keep track better on how many meals we're serving. So right now, they sit there kind of with a little thumb clicker and do that. And at Grants High, it's a little hard because there's like a bunch of kids coming through real quick. So we're gonna have a point of sale system for them, for all the schools. Because we need to accurately count the number of meals we serve because it does affect our funding for the food service programs. So from state student nutrition, so.
Will that be, excuse me, sir, but will that be implemented through all schools or just the high school?
We'll probably start just with the secondary schools, so high school and middle school, because those are our larger volume schools. But we will eventually get it to all of the schools, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or about any other projects did I leave any projects off? I probably did.
Well, I just have a comment like Ms. Daly, you know, if we can keep a lot of the money and grants by contracting most of our contractors, our vendors, you know.
Thank you for bringing that up, actually, because we just talked about that, right? So I do want to have one other project. So we just built a new softball field at Grants High School. We built a new softball field at Laguna Acoma High School as well. Neither of the baseball, softball at Laguna have lights on them. And this new softball field here doesn't have lights on them. So I'm working with a vendor right now to put LED lighting in at those facilities. And so we'll be bringing that pricing to you probably after July 1. But we are gonna use a local vendor. It's gonna cost us a little bit more money, but I think I brought it to the finance committee because I do wanna keep money in town. I could have gone with an Albuquerque vendor and it would have been $40,000 cheaper, but let's keep it here in town, so.
Cause they'll spend the money here.
They will. Any other questions or comments? Or anything else you need from me?
Mr. Triplehorn, one thing, I went to the school law conference last week, and in our superintendent's meeting, they were talking about food service. And there's some kind of a new push statewide that they're saying you have to grow your own produce and that kind of stuff for SFE or for the food service. I don't know a whole lot about that right now, but that was the hot topic in our superintendent's meeting, so.
Yeah, it's called the Farm to Table program. And so, you know, here in Grants, I mean, unless we're gonna serve the kids alfalfa, there's not much farming going on. So, but it's also, you know, like how can we get fresh fruit or fresh produce from Hatch Valley or, so it's not just local here, but within the state, trying to keep the money within the state for the local agriculture. There's no additional funding for it. So, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, the state comes out with kind of a mandate or a request, but doesn't give you any funding for it.
Maybe they'll give us some greenhouses.
That would be nice.
It'd be nice, you know, but we just got our grant for fresh fruits and vegetables. I wanna say it was $79,000 for this next coming year for the elementary schools.
That's a great
So,
program.
yeah,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Triplehorn.
Dalton has a question?
Sorry, Madam President. I also told Mr. Widener that during the same law conference, there was a session on capital projects. And they mentioned something about IRA reimbursements for energy efficient stuff. or do you incorporate with any of your constructions?
So, yeah, so last year, actually, we did an upgrade like to the, we did an upgrade to the exterior lighting at Laguna and Grants High School. We went to LED. I think we got a $20,000 check for the grants project
That's a lot of money.
from Continental Divide Electric.
Yep.
And then I think we got 17,000 for the project at Laguna for just converting to LED. Any project that we build through the state actually has to be an Energy Star certified school. So if you look at my architectural plans that I have, they have an Energy Star stamp on them. And that's a requirement by the state. So all of our buildings are Energy Star rated buildings, so.
By any chance, are you working, or is there plans to replace some of the sidewalks in the parking lot, on the cracks and stuff in the asphalt and the sidewalks?
So there was,
I was just there at graduation, and it was
Yes.
by several
right,
elderly people that said, I couldn't even get my wheelchair past there or my walker because of all the cracks.
so yeah, that was my predecessor had some sort of agreement with the roofers and the HVAC company that if they broke the sidewalks, driving their equipment over it at Laguna when they were doing the HVAC and roof, that they would replace it, they would fix it. I cannot find a written contract to state that, so that is something that's on my facilities master plan, which I'll be bringing to you guys in July to approve. That's a facilities need, to replace all the sidewalks is a pretty expensive endeavor. I'm kind of trying to hold off on parking lots right now because pavement is actually more expensive than concrete right now. And that's because pavement is driven by the cost of oil. So since oil is so high right now, pavement is super expensive. So we're doing patching in the parking lots. We go to Eagle or whatever it is out here and get cold mix, and my guy that does potholes, he's going out every day and doing potholes at parking lots and driveways and stuff, so. But it is on my radar, so, and yes, they are horrible, and if I was my predecessor, I would have gotten that in writing from them, so.
And you're speaking of TLC?
TLC and J3, the roofer.
Promise to fix it?
They promised to fix it, but I can't find a contract that says that. If I had issued that contract, it would have said any damage to sidewalks and will be replaced. And not to mention in the back, they tore up all of the asphalt behind the welding room. So, yeah.
You think they just barely moved all this broken down air stuff, that stuff?
There was a lot of junk back there behind the building. It took several trips to the recycler to get rid of all that, lots of trips, so.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. President Lee, that concludes the presentations for tonight.
Thank you, sir. And on to action items.
We have a few action items tonight. The first is the schedule of our board meetings for next year. And that is included under action items there. And I recommend that we approve the schedule for our board meetings.
So board members, if you'll take a look at that for us, please. That's the first action item in the folder.
Mrs. Lee, you can really be on the board there, but sometimes when we ask, we used to have meetings at different sites, Acoma, Laguna. I think we never had Cordero for years, but I had requested that.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
Continue with that, and I don't see it right now in the present schedule, so.
That is correct. That is something that we had discussed. This right here is simply for the dates. And we can, as a board, visit and when we have our workshop and be able to pick locations that are different than what we have right here. But we did not forget your request for that, ma'am. This is just for picking dates at this time.
So could we amend that, action item to include that there will be changes in the location instead of just approving this like it is, and just say we approve the date? but we'll have
Yes,
additional-
So what we will need to do first is make a motion for this as presented, but then we will add
Yeah.
an amendment to that, ma'am.
Can I take that in the whole?
I don't think you could.
Yes, you may.
Do
All
we
right.
have the technology to Zoom from different schools? Cause we have the technology here cause one of the,
We don't.
one of the things is we have to have an open meetings act, we have to have it live.
It's set up in Laguna Acoma, yes,
It's
yes.
better Wi-Fi now
Is
than
it?
ever did before.
So while we have Mr. Triplehorn here, let's ask the expert in that. So a very good point, sir, about the
Was just-
broadcast, absolutely. What would it take in order to live stream? Because I know we've been able to live stream other things through the district, but what would that entail for a board meeting?
So for a board meeting, so in here, we have an omnidirectional microphone that picks up everyone talking in here. So in a classroom, we would just have a smart board like this with the camera on top. So we would need to set up microphones that were hooked up to this to pick up everyone talking. Especially if it's in a bigger space like at the auditorium at Laguna Acoma. The internet issues, that's not an issue. We have good speeds at all the schools. The equipment, that might be a different story. So we can look into having some sort of portable system that we use for that. But that's gonna entail an investment in that technology to do that. So, it's doable. We can get like this system over here handles this broadcast, this little cabinet over here. And they do have a mobile version of that, but it's
Tracy,
pricey, so.
did that
No,
answer
I do
your?
like the idea, I just wanna make sure that we're,
I know regardless of the expense, I think that in all. To include everybody in our district, we need to meet at different site areas rather than just include it to here. Sometimes tribal officials are in a meeting at a late hour and then they can zoom in, but they can't drive the 30-40 miles here to be. I would appreciate that, we look into those expenses. And whether or not it's pricey, we still need to accommodate the Bureau and some of the land grant officials, lunar tribal officials, and Yakima tribal officials in these meetings. And it used to work pretty well when we had, you were.
Yeah,
and,
Could even go to Blue
yeah,
Water.
that's why I thought everything was
Even
there.
go to Blue Water.
And Blue Water.
all of them.
Dr. Archambeau, did you have something to add, sir?
I'm assuming we're discussing alternative sites.
The possibility of those, yes, sir.
I think we would need to consider those. Let's have an appraisal done by Mr. Triplehorn to tell us what are the technology that is going to be available. I would suggest 3 different sites. One over there in the east, one over there in Acoma, one over there and possibly at Navajo, at the Baca Pruitt. Baca Pruitt might be the more difficult one. But that's my suggestion.
Thank you for your suggestion, sir. So at this time, I am hearing from the board that we would be able to approve our dates. However, we would like to revisit the possibility of locations to offer an option for a different site. But at this time, we do need to approve our dates. And then we will look to Mr. Triplehorn to the possibility of what the endeavor would be to be able to meet the state's new requirements for broadcasting live and having the same capability for people to zoom in as well as have that live streaming. Does the board understand what I have just suggested here?
I did.
Madam
All
President,
right.
one more thing.
Yes, sir.
There are times when we will need a room for executive session, so we need to consider that necessity. So as Mr. Triplehorn is thinking about sites, that would be something that we may have to incorporate into our planning.
All right, so thank you, sir. Is that all? Guy, was that all?
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so let me restate this for now. So for now, I would propose that we make a motion to approve the dates of our board meetings for the 2024 and 2025 calendar year. We will revisit at a later time possible locations and the feasibility of having our board meetings at a different site pending the technology and ability to hold an executive session as needed at those meetings in a later workshop. Does that make sense to the board now?
I would just like to add that in past meetings at these other different sites, there was always a convenient room. I remember going from the little auditorium just across the hall to another room. Acoma also, when we met in their gym, they took us to another building, so there is accessibility now. The only one I would probably want to explore is Sequoia and Vero, but they also have classrooms.
Right. I think the biggest concern we're seeing, Ms. Daly, right now, though, is gonna be what we as a district can do to meet what the state's new requirements are for this broadcasting and live streaming and that ability. So at this time, is there a motion to approve the 2024-2025 school board meeting schedule dates as presented, not including the location? We will at a further meeting be able to revisit possible locations and broadcasting. So is there a motion?
I make a motion to consider the approval of 2024 school board meeting schedule, not including location or broadcasting or locations.
And is
Will be,
there a second?
Discussed at a later work session.
Thank you, sir. May I have a second?
Could we extend that second, I'll make the second, but at a time frame that's not later than, our first meeting is gonna be July 16th. So we need to look diligently at the prices, what you're talking about. Please present that to us. Earlier.
We can certainly add that as a future board agenda item.
It's still not happening.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think if the state requires us to have full broadcasting, then we as a district need to provide.
So we will add that for the July 16th meeting. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the 2024-2025 school board meeting scheduled dates as presented, pending revisiting at a later date the ability to broadcast from different locations and meet the state requirements for that broadcasting. I think that's it. Is there any further discussion? Very good, hearing none. We shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Secondly here,
So tonight was our second read of policies 238 through 245 from the NMSBA. I recommend that we do approve those policies.
thank you. Is there a motion to approve the policy services advisory, sections 238 through 245, second read?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, sir. And may I have a second, please? Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the policy services advisory sections 238 through 245, second read. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next, Mr. Widener.
Finally, tonight, we had our second read of the Grant Cibola County Schools District Wellness Policy earlier. And I recommend that we do approve.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the Grant Cibola County Schools District Wellness Policy, second read?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, sir. And is there a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the Grant Cibola County Schools District Wellness Policy, second read. Is there any discussion? Thank you. Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next on the agenda, consent agenda. Mr. Widener.
Yes, you have your consent agenda items in your binders, and I recommend that we approve.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes the bills and expenditures report from May of 2024?
Make a motion to approve the bills and expenditure report for May 2024.
And is there a second, please? It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the consent agenda as listed, including the bills and expenditures report for May 2024. We shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily. Yes. Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Now, executive session. The executive session is discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the superintendent to update the board regarding employee non-renewals, including licensed administrator, unlicensed administrator, and teachers. Number 2, for the superintendent to update the board regarding other employee movements and contemplated movements. And number 3, for the board to discuss superintendent performance and provide evaluation feedback to the superintendent in connection with performance indicators. The board will meet with legal counsel to discuss pending or threatened litigation as permitted under section section 10-15-1 H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically, number 1, a tort claim notice dated October 4th, 2023, incident date on 9/5/23. Number 2, tort claim notice dated November 2nd, 2023, incident date on or around 11/14/23. Number 3, tort claim notice dated February 6th, 2024, incident dates 11/30/23 and 12/13/23. Number 4 is Lynn Cannon versus Grant Cibola County School Board, and that is D-1333-CV-2024-00030 of the 13th Judicial District Court, County of Cibola. Number 5 will be Joe Garcia versus Grant Cibola Schools, EEOC, charge number 543-2023-01197. Number 6 will be Rudy Martin versus Grant Cibola Schools, HRB, charge number 24-04-0500-S. Is there a motion to move to executive session as presented?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to move to executive session as presented. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call vote, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daily. Yes. Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board will be going into executive session at 7:59 PM. We shall break for about 10 minutes in order to get the executive session Zoom link started and for the board members to be able to sign on and join with the link provided. So we shall meet back here in 10 minutes, please. I am too.
That's interesting.
You stayed the whole time.
She did.
Are you gonna run for the school board someday?
No.
It's fun. The fun part is when the kids come. That's my favorite part.
Yes. The very
Yeah.
All right.
I guess those would be good workshops.
Is there a motion to reconvene open session? Yes, we do. We got 4 of us. So
As said.
who's my
I'll
first?
I'll make a motion to reconvene,
Thank you.
to come out and reconvene
And seconded.
by Ms. Daly.
All right, it has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to reconvene open session as presented. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call please.
And no other,
Items have been
Oh,
discussed.
yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I didn't have that on here. My apologies. Thank you, sir.
No votes were taken.
no other,
Only the items listed were discussed and there was no action taken. I apologize for forgetting that, sir. Thank you for reminding me. So again, it has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to reconvene open session as presented, and only the items listed were discussed and no action was taken. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call please.
Dr. Ashambo,
yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly. Yes. Ms. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye. The motion carries. The board reconvened open session at 10:14 PM. Mr. Widener, announcements, please.
I have a few announcements. Our summer school USTA program that we have talked about the last several meetings, began yesterday. We have really good things happening on a lot of campuses. If any of you guys would like to go tour or visit, we have summer school going on through the 14th. We will have a June board meeting, 2 weeks from tonight. And we have we voted on our calendar, our regular school board meeting in July will start on the 16th. So 2 weeks from tonight, we'll have on the 18th, June 18th, we'll have a board meeting, July 16th, we'll have a board meeting.
Special board meeting,
And
June 11th.
there'll be a special board meeting June 11th. The district will be closed the week of July 4th and 5th for the 4th of July Independence Day holiday. And we are gearing up and getting ready for the GCCS Leadership Summit, which will be at the Embassy Suites in Albuquerque. You're all invited to be there as well. It's July 22nd, 23rd, and 24th.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's all the announcements I have.
Are those the recommended ones? I mean, which ones do we have to look?
The Leadership Summit is just us. We put it on with our folks.
Oh.
There is an NMSBA retreat in Taos, and it's in mid-July, I wanna say.
Is that the one that we
I
have?
should know. That is.
It's not
You'll
mandatory.
be there.
I'll be there.
I'll get
I mean, I
those
don't mind doing
dates
them.
for
And
the
you guys
board
get
members for
credit.
that.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering.
And then future agenda items, now that you have just put a bite of
I don't
candy in your
have any
mouth.
at this time.
Well, I think some of the things that we discussed, we were talking about, getting the, ability to have board meetings in other
Yes.
locations. That was gonna be one. Mr. Triplehorn said in July he would do the master plan, as
have-
far as buildings and
We have
operations
the
go.
union negotiated agreement that will come to the next board meeting.
Right, and then food service, he was gonna talk with us about the point of sale meaning some kind of scanning for the secondary schools. He said he would do a follow-up about Mag Electric with the lighting for soccer and baseball. And I think that was that portion right there. What did you have, Miss Daly?
I'd like to have a personnel update. Preferably this is an item because I'm anticipating this other stuff that might come up. And I asked about this before and then I got some clarification from Ed. How many people are working in the classroom with substitute licenses but without teacher certification? They're two very different licenses. And I know for a fact that we have a couple that do that. And I was assured by Ms. Salazar that there were that there were all licensed teachers that were teaching.
No, there are subs.
Yes, okay, so I need.
But they were licensed subs.
They have a
or
substitute
what is it, certification for substitutes?
It's just a
License, a sub
Yeah,
license.
It's very different than a
And there are
certification.
CTE licenses that are different
Yeah,
too.
so I need.
But I think Ms. Salazar had told us that she wanted to give us that update at the second June meeting,
Because
if
they
I
wanna see
if I
who was gonna
remember
resign. She
correctly,
could see exactly where everybody was gonna be in place.
right?
Yeah,
So that would be,
So I'm kind of like doing this one to police ourselves, and I wrote it down really quick. It says, providing a list of all district level employees, all except school site employees for school year 2022-2023, and the same list for 2023-2024. I'd like the list to include gender, ethnicity, position title, and salary, and this is all directory information, so I'm not asking for
Would
anything that's
you-
purple.
would you email
Okay.
Mr. Widener and myself on that so we can be sure that we can address that appropriately?
Yeah, and then the new position, or he did
The new
Yeah.
hires.
the project manager's position.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
It's an existing position, it's not a new position because it's existed, right?
Right.
But it was included in our organizational chart. I don't remember seeing that under Mr. Tripplehorn's.
So we'll be able, if you'll include that in the ask, then we
Because
can
should
address
have-
that.
Yeah, we should have approved that, and the reason I know this is because, I guess, how many years ago, we got red flagged by PED, and because we had our former superintendent had included different titles or different positions for all his top people, gave them $8,000 raises without no job classification or job audit, position audit. And so it came back to us from the Fed saying, you approved this budget, you approved this organizational chart, and now here's a different organizational chart that was submitted. And so we got room for that, but we went to finance committee again, well, after birthday, we got second reading the last time. So but I'll send you this.
Please do.
Okay.
That will be very helpful.
Okay,
And that way we'll be able to get those in the appropriate meetings.
okay.
Thank you very much. Anything else, other board members, about agenda items that you can think of right now? As always, just email me and Mr. Widener on that, and that way we're able to get those agendas done in a timely manner.
Oh, the other one. I know, and maybe it wasn't when I was here, but about the non-default our attorney, but I know we could use ambulance assignments anymore. But the board should approve legal counsel, so I'm asking, did we take a vote to approve, not her, but the other one, Walsh? To be our legal
This is,
counsel?
this is,
Part of Walsh Gallegos, yeah.
So did
And
the
when-
board take a vote to use them as our legal counsel? That is a board decision, that can't be just left up to one person to dismiss an attorney and then hire a new attorney.
correct.
I think we
That-
agreed on it. didn't
That
we?
is correct, and if you will recall, when we were in executive session discussing when we were releasing due to the funding the previous board attorney, the board discussed what would be appropriate at the time in order to have legal counsel available to us until the RFP was fielded and able to be completed. The board at that time gave 2 suggestions and then came upon the agreement that, not during executive session, but in subsequent email, about using Walsh Gallegos, because Walsh and Gallegos has already an MOU in place with the district. And so the district would be able to utilize that legal counsel until the RFP is fielded. And we are able to then, as you and Dr. Guy and Mr. Ortiz indicated, have the opportunity to review who those attorneys are that submit for the RFP.
Okay, I don't recall, and I might not have been here.
You were, because we discussed a lot. You really talked about Cuddy and McCarthy at that time.
Did we take a vote on it?
We could not
Executive
take
session.
a vote because it was
No, okay,
executive
not
session.
session,
We
should've
could
taken a
not
vote.
because there was not an action item about that.
So we would still, to follow our policy, we would still need to take a vote as a board
For the
on
RFP.
using, Walsh and them as our temporary, or whatever you wanna call it. We would have to vote on that as a board.
I'm looking over here, I know,
Oh,
I'm
and I actually,
sorry.
this is kind of in general, it's when you do an RFP. In theory, in general, so this is like, I can't give legal advice that's self-interested, so I'm just saying in general. When a district has MOUs, usually it has MOUs with several legal firms. I work with many districts who use several attorneys, or who have multiple attorneys who are paneled. If it's through RFPs, it's a board process. If it's not through RFPs and it's through MOUs, that memorandum of understanding created the authority to have that vendor be used. Actually, whether it's a law firm or whether it would be an audit firm, an outside auditor, or an outside accountant.
So does the board have to vote on recognizing that MOU, or do we does the president allow?
The MOU is already in place,
If the MOU is
correct?
already in place, then that's already been decided by the board.
Okay,
And it's already, it's like, and again, well, let's make it about not lawyers. Like if it's about, like say you wanted to use an outside accountant and you have 2 or 3 MOUs with 2 or 3 different accounting firms. Those MOUs create the ability, the access to use those terms for whatever reason. Now, if you're gonna go out for a request for proposal and you wanna panel those attorneys to be your people, that's a board decision because a lot more money is involved. It's not just a vendor that you have a memorandum with.
okay, so the president could then go ahead and honor that
Because the
MOU.
MOU, and I would say, I wanna see the MOU, I mean, you know, the MOU
Correct.
usually governs those kinds of terms. But in general, if an MOU is already in place, then that decision was made.
And the other thing that was not discussed was that there was not an MOU in place with a different attorney. And so that put, you know, the board and the district in a precarious position because that particular agreement ended in 2022.
Okay.
And so
So you could enter
and
into
perhaps
another
no,
memorandum.
let me restate that. I believe that it ended in if it didn't end in 2022, it ended in 2023. But there was nothing in place for this calendar year, which was what prompted needing to field an RFP and beyond. And this probably should have happened in executive session.
Well, but we've.
Or is this open session?
We're open session, cause
fine.
it doesn't fall under an exception.
It doesn't. Okay, very good.
Talking about what vendor you're going to use for
Is fine.
services is an
Absolutely.
open session.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well,
And
no,
and
we,
it doesn't fall under an
correct,
exception.
correct.
You
It
have to
does not
have-
fall in an exception.
You have to have an
Thank you
exception.
very much,
You're
Ms. Benoit.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Anything else, board members? I think we're ready to get a recommendation.
I recommend to adjourn.
All right, thank you very much for the recommendation to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn the board meeting as presented? Thank you, and may I have a second, please? Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to adjourn the meeting as presented. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please.
Dr. Archambault,
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly. Yes. Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board adjourned at 10:28 PM. Thank you.
And our next meeting will be in Blue Water Village. What did Lorraine say? Yes.